Why are we still here? Just suffer. Day 3 of studying until I lose my mind or kill myself. Top 10 starts to stream. And according to my favorite curriculum, starts with math, then computer science, psychology, history, communication, philosophy, and linguistics. Only the first two will be a hassle, and after that, it's all just storytelling and peak fiction. All right. Math and computer science, I can do this. As for math, I think I might be cooked already because I have to solve more math questions. But at least it's new questions. I don't think an hour will pass by the time I solve 21 questions. So here I'm hoping. All right, eighth question. I forgot how to do this, bro. It was like 2 days ago. Huh? 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 Oh, yeah. Alright, so the goal is simple. I need to make left hand side equals to right hand side. But how do I make left hand side equal to right hand side? It seems like W is independent. Y is going next to W. Z is going next to X. And I need to use associative, commutative to find the verdict. Oh, yes, life. Lock in. Yo, what's up, bro? I need to lock in. I agree with you. But how do I lock in? This sucks. I need to think. How about I just use my unseen tactic of dividing all of them? But wait, no, I cannot divide all of them because they're in all plus. There's no minus. Wait, no, if they're all in plus, I don't need to make minus. You can just apply the formulas. I can just move this. X plus Y plus Z plus W is the same thing. Then I add a bracket at the end. I use associative. Just move the brackets to the right. Now this should be piece of cake. This should be a piece of cake. What? X plus Z plus Y plus W. How do I move Y? Oh yeah, then that's done. I just need to bracket it differently. Well, 8 number was pretty easy. Because they're all were in plus, I didn't need to do anything. Oh, 9 is so funny. Haha. Haha, bro. Haha. So funny. So funny. Where is my timer? I'm studying with. Are you like comp SCI major or something? Compare. What is SCI? Science. Oh, yeah. SCI means science. Yes, bro. I'm science. I'm a comp science player. Anything can happen when I go comp. They call me top 1 science because I use all sciences. But right now I'm stuck with math. Now what is this bullshit? Okay. Apply the same formulas. X plus y minus y minus z plus w minus w. I need to make x plus w by minus y by minus z. How is that possible? W is in minus. Plus a minus a minus. Minus a minus a plus. Mhm. Rewriting subtraction. Now what do I do? I need to move W, that's the thing. Z minus must become negative. Y must become negative, but how? What formula am I missing? I can't use this because it's asking me for x plus w, not minus x plus w. So that's a big problem. Hmm. I do not understand. What can be the answer? I hope we don't get bad internet. I agree with you. Hopefully internet will be good today. What is there to hope? Today's math? Hmm. think there is a custom rule I'm missing. That is this, definitely. A plus b equals to minus n plus m. Right now, minus a plus b equals to minus a plus. There is a minus here. Does that count? So realistically, can't I just write? This is right though. But what if I make another bracket? Yo. Why another bracket? I don't know. I wanted to joke with my life, but I can also add a plus here. It's the same thing. Plus minus equals to minus is still minus. Plus is just there for dramatic effect. Now it's in subtraction. My goal is to make W positive and Z negative. After that, the math is solved. Z negative and W positive. How do I make W positive? Minus minus equals to positive. Oh, so this minus should cancel out this minus, making W positive. So let me write this simply. There should be like 3 brackets here now. Or am I gaslighting myself? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yes. Now let's just remove this bracket. Minus y remains as minus y. This becomes minus z plus minus minus equals to plus. So plus w. Is it me or is it just a piece of cake now? Because I can just move them next. It will be x plus w plus minus y plus minus z. I can just make x plus y w, not x plus y, x plus w. And as both of them are minus, and can't I just write minus y minus z? Will this magic work? Oh my god, I might be Jujutsu Sorcerer. I know. Adding negatives as subtraction. Yes, I did it. Yo, chat, we did it. Yes, we. Somehow we did it. Then is the final proof question. After that, we have to show that. Show who, show what. Now, what is this nonsense? I have all negatives. I just have to move Z and move W. Problem is, the problem is Z is negative, W is positive. but W becomes negative, Z becomes positive. Like hyper gaslighting. This equation is the same as the one on the top, though. Let me just apply the same principles. Yeah, I just need to make W positive and Z negative. Z is negative. Last time I had W positive. So I should do the same steps. Now I have to make X minus Z and W minus Y. Wait, the math is solved. Wait a second. Am I genius or am I stupid? I'm genius, bro. I'm genius. Trust me. Show that minus A plus B plus C equals to minus A plus minus B plus minus C. What? What? How do I show that? Can I physically show this magic? Let me just write it first. I can write like this, probably. right? No, I can't because they're in a bracket, right? So yeah, this should be in a bracket too. But why? Why should they be in bracket? But when I can't be in bracket? How can I put them in bracket? Oh, I know. I put them in like a bracket like this. It's the same thing. Now, if it's the same thing, I should be able to apply the... I should be able to do this magic too. Right? Because it is magic. And who doesn't love magic? I think I did a mistake. Brackets are not bracketing anymore. Because bracket like here is not bracketing anymore. Mm, After that, I can apply. After that, I can apply. After what do I apply? After what magic? Eh, mm. Now I can just remove the brackets. It's minus A plus minus B plus minus C. Same thing. Wow, I'm doing math. Let's go. I know math. I love math. Okay, now we do the opposite. Let me make this smaller actually. Hmm. How do I make this the opposite? The question is demanding me to make these two plush while reversing the A. Oh, I understand. Because I'm such a genius, bro. Trust me. Why can't I type? This is cheating. Oh, yeah, I remember. Bro, it's so easy. Now I just remove the brackets. Bro, it's so easy when I can do it. Now what is this jujutsu? This should be easy too. It's like the most basic of the basics things. And B positive and A negative. Of course, this is so simple. I went through hell to do this. You don't know me. You just don't know me. Wait a second. No, this is bullshit. Yeah, I made some bullshit mistake here, right here. Can't switch them yet. But I can switch this. Now, what does this magic do? It does what you think it does. It does magic. Minus minus equals to plus b. Plus minus equals to minus a. Now I just remove the brackets and it gives minus b minus a. Hmm. Oh yeah, and all of them are done. Solve for x in the following equations. Bro, what do you mean solve for x? Who is x? I don't know any x. I don't need you, bro. Who's x? I don't know any x. What do you mean x? How is x? fx, bro. f14 minus 2 plus x equals to 4. Whoa. This is the most basic algebra I've seen in my entire life. X equals to 4 plus 2 equals to 6. Substitution, and yeah, the math's done. X minus 3 equals to another basic as math. Goes to 7 plus 3 equals to 10. No, I did 16. This is 16. 15, it asks for 2 minus x equals to 5. Oh, wow. Now, if I move 2 there, it will still be minus x. There can't be any minus x. We need a plus x. Even if we add 2 there, it will be 3 then. Minus x equals to 3. We don't need minus 6, we need x. If we move x to the other side, then it will be plus. Then the answer will be minus 3. If we move it back, it will be minus 2. Is there a way we can commutatively... We don't flip it around. But if it's minus, can't we make it plus somehow? Let's just subtract 2 by both sides. If we subtract 2 by both sides, that's minus x equals to 3. Mm, that solves it. We add more space. Minus x plus 4 equals to... Isn't this should be simple too, right? X plus... No, 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 no. Minus 1. Minus 4. Why is there arrow? Minus x equals to minus 5. We multiply it by minus 1. Wow. 18th question. 4 minus x equals to 8. Minus x equals to, if we just minus it, it's still 4. X equals to minus 4. Minus 5 minus x equals to minus 2. X equals to minus 3. So it's like much easier than all of them. What is this? And yeah, these are done. Now prove the cancellation law for addition. Prove a plus b equals to a, then b equals to 0. How do I prove that? What do I prove that with? What are these magical proof questions? How is it possible to physically prove this? But I know one thing for certain, you guys go small You guys move to the right a bit. And I copy paste this arrow. I know that much in life at least. Is the switcheroo rule? Switcheroo? What is switcheroo? I remember switcheroo. Switcheroo! Relationship of numbers, not people. Not people. Oof. We can switch the numbers to identify more relationships. By adding the numbers to both sides, we can find the truth. By adding numbers to both sides, a or minus a will be find. Okay. If a plus b equals to a plus c, then if we add minus to both sides, we get that's it. What the hell? What the hell? This is done in one line. Let's not do it in one line. We should probably add some brackets at least. Well, that was proved. Dude, this is the same thing. Dude, this is the same thing. They can just copy this. Equals to equals to 0, or we can use another method, which is okay. Wow. Wow. Life changing. Let me open the book finally. We're going to the next chapter. Wow. Wow. Wow, so much math. Yeah, actually, you guys can just go to this corner. You guys do not need extra space. Actually, you guys don't need to exist at all. You can all just be tiny. Right, guys? Yeah, we all can fit together. I can just zoom in and see you guys properly. How I felt starting math. Me in reality. That's just not my problem. Bro, who is we? Me? I need some jokes after this incident. Never date or marry older women. What are these recommendations in Pinterest? Older women are highly manipulative. They've been in the game longer than you. Oh no. What were these tips and tricks? Okay, bro, I'm aware now. But now I know mathematics. That can only mean one thing. Okay, bro, you go smaller, you go here. Then we add a brush arrow. Oh my god. More math. That can only mean one thing. Bro figured out he can do math. Alright, let's box you guys in because I hate life. This doesn't look like a pretty box, but we can make you guys bigger so the box is prettier. Yeah, we forgot to make some people bigger. Whew. Whew. Now we're doing multiplication. Kid in the bottom right is me, who is not listening, but the teacher asks me to solve it. Me? Me? You want me to solve the math? This is you. That only means one thing. I have to go to the teacher and tell him that's just not my problem. This is the teacher, this is you. Trust me. Alright, multiplication. The product of two integers is also again an integer. Hmm. Let me write the rules. AB equals to BA and AB multiplies C equals to A by multiplied BC. It means sounds educated enough to me. Okay, back. Now let's continue. For any integer a, rules of multiplication by 1 and 0 are. Okay. That's just a tip. Oh wow, new rule. Finally. I have a new weapon now. Let's go, let's go. What's the new rule? Huh? What? Uh, multiply by b plus c equals to ab plus ac. Hmm. Now what is this rule? I need description. I see these are just mathematical shortcuts. Mhm. What the hell? Okay, bro, I should stop scrolling Pinterest. Your book is not giving you a definition. I asked Google. The distributive property states that multiplying a number by a sum or difference is the same as multiplying the number by each term individually and then adding or subtracting the results. So basically saying we can use communicative and distributive like we did here, breaking everything down step by step, or we can just cut to the chase. Yeah. It's my book. Mm. Mm. N7. How did we go from N5 to N7? What? What? -1 by A. Why is it minus L? -1. What is this minus? Goes to minus A. Oh my god, I can see more hell. What the hell? Next part has 33 questions. What? Future me, you're so cooked. Okay, next is this minus AV equals to minus, we can write minus by A by B. Why? Why? My life. Okay, now what is this unknown language you might be asking? Minus AB equals to minus B. Seems like my math timer is up. And I'm gonna take my much needed break. I'll leave tomorrow's problem to tomorrow's me. Because today's me already did way too many problems. What is the next subject? Computer science. Okay, I like that subject. What I did yesterday. I'll be back after a break. Yo, I'm gonna go in a break for 10 minutes. Alright, it's time to study more. Oh, me and my zero viewer live stream. It's gonna be peak. Zero viewer live stream is gonna be peak. But let me open anti-gravity. Because right now it's coding. Time for coding. I love coding. Coding is so fun. That is just fun. Even so, why fun when you can make it funner? Where was I in coding? Curriculum, Python crash course, yes, if statements. Oh, if statements, new chapter. If statements. Okay. Okay. Why are you red? Um, I see. Okay. I don't understand. Why is there double and equal signs? I don't understand. Oh, I understand now. One sets the value, the other checks the value. Equality is case sensitive. Okay. Websites can often add conditional statements for usernames. So it doesn't have capped usernames or someone spam usernames. If it spams it, it converts them to lowercase. Inequality operator. There's an inequality operator. I just heard about it like 5 minutes ago. Exclamation mark equal. So this will return false while the next one returns true if the values are unequal. Hmm. Mathematical comparisons. We can use multiple conditional statements at the same time. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Boolean expressions. Hi Kaiser. Hello 4F36. Yo, what's up, bro? I'm not used to having viewers. We were at zero earlier, so I was just locked in on studying. But now I have to go coding again. Let me change tabs. Let me get what this thing wants me to do. All right. I did practice earlier. I made some random things. What are these? It's asking me to do two exercises, I guess. Conditional tests. Write a series of conditional tests. Sounds simple. Print a statement describing each prediction for the result of each test. Your code should look something like this. Um, Write a series of conditionals. So we need to write just a series. So let's write a profile. We can write a list. Moon. Moon, yes. $19. He's from the moon and he is scientist. Trust, trust, trust. If profile male equals to Kaiser, print, yeah, it's him. If profile male equals to 20, no, let's use other statements. What other statements did we run? Inequality, it doesn't match, it returns true. It doesn't match, equals to 20 years old. Print, but is not 20. It means not equal, right? So it should print. It didn't print both. Not equal. Wait. If profile male. Wait, I did it opposite way. That's what was my mistake. In profile male print. Yeah, that was my mistake. Now if we just make it 19, it's still not printing. If Okay, I think I'm getting some inequal wrong. Now let's write some individual things. So we have king jungle equals to lion. Why can't I set a variable? Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't wolf work? Wolf equals to king of the jungle. Print. Why isn't wolf a variable? Wolf equal to not equal to. Now wolf is assigning to this value. If king with the jung equals to wolf, print true, else how do I do these? I don't know how to use else statements. How to use else statements, I don't know. If oh, my monitor is refreshing, wait. Interesting. But I need to lock in. I'm doing like random tests right now because this exercise itself is just confusing. $20. I need to lock in. Wait, what am I streaming? Yeah, I'm streaming the right thing. Test for equality and inequality with strings. Test using the and keyword and the or keyword. Test using the and keyword and the or keyword. So I guess choosing true. And if king is greater than 200 and not wolf, is king wolf? Let's see. Yes, king is wolf. Let me make it smaller wolf. Why did not change? I don't understand. Why is the legend now? Okay, because king is not wolf. Wait, no, king is a number. King is a number and not wolf. But not means negative, meaning false. First statement is true, second is false, which makes it false. Both have to be true, but one is true, one is false. But here one is true and other is false. But why it prints it? If I add not, it doesn't print it. Why? Simple if statements. Let's see. What is simple if statements? Age equals to 90. Age equals to 20. If age is greater than 18, print you can vote. Right now, else if statements. If else and elif. Elif means you can run multiple blocks of code inside the if statement, whereas else is just the final verdict. Eh, Okay, now my noise is gonna be cutting off at the end, but because there was a lot of background noise, I had to force this outcome. Even so, I'm gonna continue reading. Oh yeah, so much for continuing reading. It gives me 2000 exercises now. Mm. Anyways, back to anti-gravity because coding is coding. Okay, now I need to understand what's wrong with this. Okay, what is anti-gravity? I can't even find it. Like so many tests. Bruh, so many. Alien colors. Imagine an alien was just shot down in a game. Create a variable called alien color and assign it a value of green, yellow, or red. How? It's one variable. Okay. Alien ship was green. Hmm. If alien ship equals to green, print you won. That should output you won. Now we write a else if chain. Let's say we were like, is it orange? If it's not orange, we do else if. We cut back the indentation and do else if. Else if alien ship not orange is not orange, print. Wow. What is the issue? What is the issue, bro? Invalid syntax. How? You write else if with not indentations? Alright. Syntax warning. Syntax is not string, literally. Did you mean exclamation mark else if alien ship is not orange? Wow. Is not equal. I don't understand. Not equal orange. Yes, it is not equal orange, so it's false. Meaning you should print wow, right? Nope. Hmm. Well, let me just do the exercise. Choose the color for alien as you did in. If alien's color is green, print a statement that the player just earned 5 points for shooting the alien. You won 5 points. If alien's color isn't green, print a statement that the player just earned 10 points. You won 20 points. Write one version of this program that runs if block and another that runs the else block. Yeah, because it's equals to green, it gives us 20 points. If it's equals to orange, it gives us 5 points. And as such, it gives us the correct verdict. Even so, alien color test 3. Turn your else if chain from exercise 1 5 to 4 into an if else chain. If alien is green, print the message that the player earned 5 points. If the alien is yellow, print 10 points. If the alien is red, print player got 20 points. If I just make it 2, it didn't print else what? Stages of life, right? An else still statement that determines a person's stage of life. You set a value for a variable age and then, alright, it wants me to start age. So we have a lion here whose lion is 21 years old. Dang. Why is lion so old? If lion age equal no is greater than 2, no, is less than 2, you're a baby. Else if the person if the person is at least 2 years old but less than 4. If lion's age is greater than 2. No, if 2 is greater than lion's age, then you're baby. And less than 4. So lion's age is, if 2 is greater than 4 and less than 4, then it prints you're a baby. But if the person is at least 4 years old but less than 13, if Lion age is at least 4 years old. How do I do at least? Is why is it storming outside suddenly? Mm. How do I write at least? What does it mean by at least? If lion's age is greater than 13, but and if lion's age is greater than 13 and not if the person is at least 20 years old but less than 3065, print a message that the person is an adult. If the person is 13 years old but less than 20, if lion's age is greater than 13 and the lion is younger than 20, which it is not, print how do else if work? I forgot. How does this dot work? Bro, what happened? Why is my thing so zoomed in? Gemini, help me. Why is this line of code broken? Explain else if statement law correct syntax. Bro answered in 1 second. The parse codes of column placed directly after else if. In Python, condition must come before the column, not after. Placing the column immediately after else if tells Python that else if line ends there without any condition. Oh, so we don't add any else if. Now it works. Yo, Gemini, you're genius. You should be my teacher. Bro is not adult. So we only need this in this line. Or if all other conditions fail. No, 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 you don't need to fix this. No, bro, still fix my code. Else cannot take a condition. Else does not accept a condition. If you need a condition, use else if. If and else if only have condition. Else does not take condition. Okay. Lol, for real, Gemini is the best. I agree, bro. Gemini started helping. I was so stuck. Bro is like, I got you, fam. Make a list of your favorite fruits and then write a series of independent if statements to check for certain fruits in your list. Make a list of your 3 favorite fruits and call it favorite fruits. Write 5 statements. I don't have any other. Mango, peach. I never had this. Peace. Peace. I love peace. My favorite fruit. Rain. B- Bro, that not fruit, that king. But because line is there, it should only print the line. If I just remove the L, it should print the L. That's a real fruit, yes. Peaches are great. I agree, bro. But me never had peach. The lion doesn't sit around and wait for peace. He devours. He hunts for pride. He hunts the predators. Oof, what a statement. Mm, hmm. This is pretty much the same. I don't see any reasons to make 5 of them. It's just the same. For lists, we use in function, in keyword. For variables, we use equal keyword. If alien ship dot lower equals to orange, this should also print orange. Yeah, it fixes it. But if we make this capital, it will not do it. You missed, yes. So we can manipulate variables and inputs to have a equal basis. Smarty. Bro came in, said something, and left. Alright, it's break time and I need to eat breakfast. And computer class is over, bro. I want to study more. I barely studied anything. This is just too complicated for me. But let's not end it at a sad note. We need a joke. Let me find something. I could never show my true side. Bro, what is this? Me using else if instead of else? Can't show them my final statement. Brother, what is this? Let's add a description that is for basic use of statements. But what is this? Me using else if instead of else? Can't show them my final statement. I could never show my true side. It's so sad and emotional. If coding was only this emotional every day. But then we have a dog is not human. This dog is truly not human. What is this dog doing? I miss list comprehension. That was so easy. This is me doing if statements. This was me doing list comprehension. I need to ask Gemini for help next time I study because bro is just a goat. But for now, I'll go eat breakfast. Then I'll come back and study the next peak subjects, known as psychology and then history. I love history. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I need to lock in now. Scratchpad, we need you. Scratchpad, it's not the time to stop being broken, bro. Wrong tab. Wrong tab. Scratchpad. What is wrong with Scratchpad? Why can't I click it? Bro, what's wrong? Now it should work. Alright, it works. Whew. Right, time to start the next timer. Now is psychology. And the topic is Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday. Pretty great book. Danger of the Early Pride. Have I read this chapter? No. So we're in the next part. Danger of the Early Pride. No, I know what's pride, but why early? A proud man is always looking down on the things and people. And of course, as long as you're looking down, you cannot see something that is above you. Young ego. Let this be a caution to you not to always hold your head so high. Christians believe that pride is a sin because it is a lie. Pride leads to arrogance, which leads them away from humility. Our ability to learn, to adapt, to be flexible, to build relationship, all of this is dulled by pride. That's true. Is dulled by pride. And most dangerously, it happens early in life. Pride is super bad. Okay. Creating a false sense of reality. That is pride for you. I'm an I am an entrepreneur because I struck out on my mind. I'm going to win because I'm currently in the lead. I'm a writer because I published something. I'm rich because I made money. I'm special because I was chosen. I'm important because I think I should be. So analyze. I'm an entrepreneur because I struck out on my own. You starting a business on your own doesn't make you an entrepreneur. You're not going to win because just because you're in the lead. A head start can be broken down by knowing how to run a race. I'm a writer because I published something. Even kids publish their homework to the teachers. I'm rich because I made some money. It's like saying you begged and made yourself rich. Money is not money. I'm special because I was chosen. That's just delusion. I think I'm important because I think I should be. That's also just source. Trust me. I'm special. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. That's so true. Pride is a masterful encroacher. As a famous conqueror and warrior, Genghis Khan groomed his sons and generals to succeed him later in life. He repeatedly warned them, if you can't swallow your pride, you can't lead. Hmm. Ask yourself, what am I missing right now that a more humble person might see? What am I avoiding or running away from with my blusters, franciness, and embellishments? Oh wow, this is cold. Work, work, work. Now, what is this chapter about? I see. To be a craftsman and an artist, to cultivate a to cultivate a product of labor and industry instead of just a product of the mind. Because pride makes us think that just because we can think better, are better than the others. But real ego does not come from work. The germ of an idea does not create the virus that sits on the top. You have to think like a student. I remember one of the phrases. Hmm. Our ego wants the ideas and the facts that we aspire to do something about them to be enough. It boasts to impress others. There is a saying called fake it till you make it. Why don't we just make it so you don't have to fake it? You work for it. Can you imagine a doctor trying to fake it while doing a surgery on you? Yeah, you'd probably die. To judge your progress properly, just take a look on the floor. For everything that comes next, ego is the enemy. Clean ambition into shameless addiction. Craziness can pass for audaciousness, delusion can pass for confidence, ignorance for courage. There are two types of confidence. The one confidence is you believe you're superior to them, and the second confidence is you made so many mistakes in life and so many achievements at the same time that you know you can do the right thing. These two confidence can overlap. One breaks your spirit, other helps you learn something. When you're starting out, you want to do good, but you're not good. You have the ambition to be good, but it's not that good yet. Next is chapter 2. I guess I'll make a mind map of this too. Uh, Aspire, success, failure. Alright, let me find an image to make a mental map. What is this? Alright, sounds a pretty cool concept. Okay, so we have early pride. This is you with early pride. Then we have work, 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 and ego is the enemy. We make a random story. You. We don't need breathe, breathe, breathe actually. The story is simple. You can either go to the pirate ship and steal the loot, or you can try fighting this guy. Or you can go up and breathe oxygen. But you choose that. You don't choose that. You choose fighting this guy or going for loot because you don't value oxygen and you will die. You think you can fight this guy. You see this guy? He killed lion before. I don't have picture of lion here, but he killed a lion before. That is the early pride. The early pride tells you you're better than the others. You can do more than you want. Just because you're underwater doesn't mean you're the best. And your ego is telling you you don't need to breathe. You can hold your breath. And then you can work, 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 go into the treasure chest and find the loot. But you're like, nah, I'm the best. Let's make a rectangle. Alright, that's chapter 2. Very organized. These don't have any mind maps, but I added the mind maps here. Realism is better than ambition. You can talk, you can be someone or do something. You have to be a student. The passionate ones will die. The value of restraint tells you that you have to hold yourself back before you reach your egoless thing called purpose. Or you can just delude yourself and just lie to yourself all day long, or you can give others the canvas so they can draw and you can reach your purpose. Then we have this guy. So you can either fight this guy who will kill you, go breathe air, which is very winning, or go down here and drown. Sounds like a fun mind map. Bro is the final boss. I agree with you, bro. Bro's the final boss. Bro came, level 1 peasant came to fight the final boss. Okay, chapter 2. How much time do we have left? 25 minutes is a lot of time. We can read a few chapters. Whew. I have to remember and memorize this. My brain is adapting. I might just die from brain damage, but I'm alive, so that's great. Sobriety, open mindedness, organization, and purpose, these are the great stabilizers. They balance out ego and pride. Right. Firstly, we have John. Then we have Fox. Not John, I mean Lion. Lion is proud, ambitious, and ostentatiously evidently. Fox is humble, modesty, and equitably justice. Now these gamers are gamers. We know gamers. I'm reading a story about a guy who had incredible ambition and sounded like a mechanical genius, but the only thing he has been doing is failing. He was the worst businessman in the 20th century.
The ego wants us to think after we accomplish something that we deserve the credit and that I'm special, I'm better, the rules don't apply to me. Same type of philosophy. Always stay a student. It already spoke of that. Be the student. Already have the mindset to be a student. Wow.
With the accomplishment comes growing pressure to pretend we know everything we do, to pretend we already know everything, to learn. The rules don't apply to me. Oh my god, bro found that status. The wolf status. Huh? 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 What? What the hell? What the hell is this? Let me put this in the background. I'm studying philosophy, but I have these life-changing quotes. Learn from everyone. What did I just read? Mm. See, Mm. All right. This thing though. Why does this exist? Dramatic code. Let me make you smaller, bro. You can exist in the corner. A foolish man complains about his torn pockets, while the wise man does something I can't even say. Just that goated. Alright, it's been like 10 minutes now. It's break time. I'll be in a 10-minute break now. I'll be back soon. All right. Education continues because life is a process. And I've made a miscalculations. The next topic is history and civilization. Everyone's favorite topic. Now, what do I read for history and civilization? I have no idea. So I'm gonna ask my best friend Google what I can read about history and civilization that can practically help me in my life. Let me draw our iconic X and eclipse. Eclipse O. Yes, O. Iconic X and O. Oh, and now let me try to find a book. Uh, all right, Google, my bestie. Lessons from history. Oh yeah, this book will be ideal. Found the best book idea. I think I read it before once. It has lessons from history we can learn from it and apply to our life. We can use the philosophy of pragmatism to apply each knowledge, ensuring we live a life by not repeating what has ruined the lives of many in history. I don't like history very much because of my teacher. Oh, I understand. I'll be a better teacher, don't worry. I'll explain the history concepts and we'll make notes together learning the concepts. All right, goat? Plus, history is something very entertaining. Oh, 100 pages only. Hesitation, history, and earth. Hesitation, as studies of close. What is this? This book is very short. Will Durant. So let's lock in. We can finish this book. So the book is called and was written by our goat Will Durant. Bro is such a goat. The first chapter is called Hesitation. Hesitation. Why hesitation? What should we hesitate over? In life, we should not hesitate over anything. Let's make this red for dramatic effect. Now write text. And now let me read. It's just 2 pages per lesson. Then 5 pages for the next lessons. Then 20 pages for the other lessons. Alright, what is hesitation? Have you deprived history any illuminates of her present condition and guidance for our judgments and policies in the future? Hmm. Most history is guessing and the rest is prejudice. Alright, this quote is a perfect starter. But why are you red? We don't need red. Most history is guessing and the other is prejudice because the survivors of war are the ones that write history. The historian always oversimplifies and hastily selects manageable minorities of facts and facets out of a crowd of souls and events whose multitudinous complexity he can never quite embrace or comprehend. Basically, this means a historian, the person who writes history, only will select facts that favor him on his bias, will oversimplify and choose minority of facts that neglect the complexity of human behavior, and it will never quite embrace or comprehend the true history that has occurred. Hmm. Let me continue. Obviously, historiography cannot be science. It can only be an industry, an art, and philosophy. All right, now the main lesson. Lesson 1. Information will always be incomplete and manipulated. The aim is to reject theoretical patterns, Chapter 2: History and Earth. History is the events or records of the past. Human history is a brief spot in space, and his first lesson is modesty. At any moment, a comet may become close and eh, destroy us. Is subject to geology. We can irrigate the deserts and air condition the Sahara. Let rain become too rare and civilization disappears under sand. As the Central Asia, let it fall too furiously and civilization will be choked with jungle, as in Central America. Geography is a matrix of history. It's a nourishing mother and discipline of home. This chapter is basically telling us every behavior is congruent, which means related to the geology where it came from. In truth, the influence of geographical factors diminishes as technology grows. And in truth, it's man, not earth, that makes civilization. Now, what is the lesson here? Hmm. GT means geological technology. The basic lesson is we all start out as in a position, as in a geology, as in a baseline. Even if it's a different field of technology, subject, we all start somewhere. And the lesson here is our start does not dictate our ending because man, not earth, makes civilization. So we, not our baseline, creates the end results. Hi. By the way, is there a chapter about finding one piece? We might just find the first piece. Biology and history, rules of competition. Biology and history, chapter 3. History is a fragment of biology. The life of man is a portion of the vicissitudes of organisms, not that word, on land and sea. Oh wow, this is deep. Then all the chronicles of it and achievements of man fall humbly into the history and perspective of polymorphosis life. All our economic competition, our strifes of mates, our hunger and love and grief wars are akin to seeking mating, striving and suffering that hide under these fallen trees or leaves, or in the waters or in the boughs. This statement describes polymorphosis life, meaning different kinds of species living together. All are different and interconnected. All histories of achievement come down to the economic competition, our fight for mates, which mean partners, and hunger and love and grief, which result in war. We're seeking mating, suffering that hide under these fallen leaves. So, the first biological lesson of history is that life is competition. It is peaceful when food is abundant. Animals eat one another. Civilized men consume one another by the due process of law. We cooperate in our groups, our family, community, club, church, party, race, or nation. Life is selection. We are subjects of our own physical and psychological heredity and the customs and traditions of our group, diversities endowed in health, strength, and the mental capacities and qualities of character. Nature loves differences. The third biological lesson of history that life must breed. Wow, life changing. Alright, I was lagging earlier. My stream is probably shutting down, but it should be good now. Oh, alright, you need to go. That's alright. Hope you make it to CSOR. Yeah, I hope so too. CSOR is hard. There is no humorous like history. Alright, bro, we get you. So, what can the lesson be? Mm, lesson 3. Utopia models of absolute equality of outcome are biologically doomed because we are all born unequal. Our culture changes us. Education opportunities. The lesson is kind of complicated, but it's facts. The utopia model that the world is equal is dead. Nothing can be equal. Nothing is born equal. Heaven did not create one or the other above, but our parents and our genetics do change that. Heaven created everyone equally with the brain. It's just our biology that changes it. So philosophically, that quote fails. Biologically, we are all different. And in truth, equality is a lie. What we can create is equal opportunities. The deaf and the blind get equal opportunities as the perfectly working one. If the deaf and the blind can surpass them, then they are supremely higher. How long am I studying? 14 minutes. Whew. Next is race and history. But I think we need visuals for the first four chapters. Race and history can go right here. And some visuals. Let me find a good picture. Let me find something that depicts history. Of course, AI generated images, but we love AI. Okay, what is this image? How can I make this into a story? Because there are a lot of lessons, a lot of notes. Let's just start with the basics. Information will always be incomplete and manipulated. The aim is to work probabilistically, reject theoretical patterns, and apply safeguards against your negative odds. Okay, so these guys are information. And the bracket is the lesson is simple. These guys don't know what they're going into. They might be dead, they might be cooked alive. Who knows? But they're curious. History and Earth, geology. Hmm. Biology had a lot of lessons. Evolution. Now, these guys, let me make some random story, can either go here through biology to achieve what this monstrosity is, or they can go from here to here to here. Because they'll need to be competitive and who goes first. This guy has a spear, so this is unfair. And they're all different. Even their heights are different. So this perfectly gives the example. Wait, let me erase this. Bro, erase my image. Bro, who told you to erase my image? Wait, I have an idea. I can make them point to different things. Three of them are competition, inequality, and difference. Information, you need to be probabilistic. This guy can't beat this guy in a fight, but this guy can beat him. So the weaker one's option is to go around instead of racing. Whereas biology teaches us competition, inequality, and differences. Whereas geology teaches us technology can combat any baseline you set. So even if these guys were born in the Stone Age, they have iron gear. All right, I'm back. I have gotten myself mango juice. No, life changing. But hey, if it helps, if it helps, it helps. Mm. Bro, who are these monkeys? These birds are right. Who are these monkeys? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? All right. Bro, who are these monkeys? These birds are right. Who are these monkeys? Now we make a box. Hmm. What the hell? What the hell is this? Bro, what the hell is this? What the hell? Bro, bomb, bomb, why are you here? This is me. This is me. Bro, you guys can see me with the red circle. Why different? One same. Like the opposite of the lesson I learned. Alright, we have some iconic memes now. This will be easier to remember. Life. Wait, what time is it? Oh, 5 minutes over. 4 hours in. So it seems like it's my break hour. I'll be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the next chapter is finally upon us. And it's not just some random chapter, it's everyone's beloved chapter called communication. We all love communication. Ah, now I better read this. Let me open the book. Physics, ego, body, guide, occupation. I know that. Witty banter, yes. Yesterday I read a lot of chapters. Chapter 5 to 8. Now it's gonna be 5 and beyond. These jokes are insane. I have to recap after I'm done with reading. This book is very useful. What is chapter 9? Derail your train of thought. How can I derail my train of thought? The author must have something brilliant. Oh, I see. Because their trains of thought are solely dependent on themselves. There is no topic. It's just two guys sharing their stories, then the other doesn't care. Sounds like a debate, yeah. Give yourself a break and allow yourself to listen. Hmm. Again, we're back to ego. That's surprising. Yeah, if you try to derail and cut off the other person with a different story, at the end you sound like someone arrogant that they have something better to say than the other person. What is this? Why is my scratch pad suddenly broken? Hmm. Okay. Oh, that's how you delete them. My God, that saves me so much time. And the mutual sense of comfort you feel. Chapter 10. Fallback stories. Now, what are fallback stories? Fallback stories. The bridge sentence, the story itself, your opinion of the story, and asking for the other person's opinion on different ways. Sounds simple enough. Now, let's go into more description about these as a whole. Bruh, 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 bruh. Okay. All right, these simple steps can do the job. And one viewer now, yay. Are you? Oh, it's Tom. Yo, bro, what's up? No, I'm not preparing for any interview. It's just the book. As you can see, this is the book. The subject at hand is literally just communication. So I found this book and I'm reading it. You can also see the life-changing Wild West map. Life-changing Wild West map. And I'm reading. This was day 1, day 2, day 3, and today is day 4 of reading this. I'm just reading the chapter and taking notes and then making mental maps. TWW map, what the heck? Yeah, you need to see it again, bro. Let me drink something. Yes, bro, it's helping me memorize these formats better because I know this mountain has history of being sniped. Going to Fort Henry has taught me the philosophy that whoever goes there will always be shot to death by bison or player. And the metaphor is that if you put a Spitfire sniper here with a tent, your faction is cooked. Going to bison is emotion. Going to this useless area that has so much detail but nobody goes to, and going to tribal forest is a restatement. It's like a storyline. It's such an emotional storyline. I need to use more Wild West maps. Can't lie. Hmm. Yes, muscle memory. I close my eyes, I can remember that mountain, I remember that Fort Henry, and I remember being Spitfire sniped. Hmm. Next chapter is thought experiment technique. Sounds interesting. By the way, what happened? Like, you stopped playing. Bro, Roblox is so boring. Most games have cheaters, most are pay to win. What's there to play? Only good games I played were like solo, single player story games and uh, RTS games, real time strategy. So as such, I don't play games. I was playing Rivals. Then there's just too many cheaters. I was playing TSB, but then there are just so many fast flag players. And in economics, I learned that if there's a way to cheat, others will cheat to get an advantage. It's an infinite loop. Judgment. Their fear of judgment. What do you mean by college dropout? Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you the story. I don't know who this other viewer is. Basically, I went to college last year. One day, the teachers were teaching me. I got into 3 classes. I was like, I'm gonna be the top one college student. The teachers were just reading the book. They opened the book. They were just pronunciating the words. They read the book, gave sentence meaning, and said, "This is homework. Do it tomorrow." And they called it the day. That's called teaching. That is, even I can do that. I have a book open. I'm reading and writing meaning. This is what I can do. I don't need to pay for college. So that's why after 3 periods, I didn't waste my time to go to the other periods and just left college and dropped out the very first day. Now I'm studying on my own to be a polymath. Hmm. And because I have no degree, if I don't have proper social skills and just qualifications, nobody would want me. So I'm also developing social skills while studying science. The pursuit of being a scientist who can actually speak and do business. Okay. You still think day one is not enough to judge? My school had a built-in college. I went to that college. Bro, you won't even believe biology lab, chemistry lab, they were all locked down. Even proper science students couldn't even enter them. So what's the point of paying to go there while you can't even do experiments? You just read a book, memorize facts, and hope for the best. You can't call that education. It's not like I wanted to make hydrogen bomb in the lab, bro. Hmm. Probably bad college. Well, anyways, yeah. Watched the final last night and stayed up till 6 a.m. Oh, really? Is that like a TV show or a movie? I don't know. Bro, woke up at 3 p.m. That's just my time. Seems like, bro, you have a whole lot of day and you didn't sleep properly, so it's gonna be a tough day. You need to do your best. We all need to do our best. Then we describe it, and it's dot dot dot. What would you do? That's how you ask hypothetically. How many chapters is that? 3 chapters only, but detailed ones. Oh, World Cup final. World Cup final. I just realized. Yeah, Argentina lost. I just woke up and read the news. I didn't have the energy to stay up late. Bro, lost 1-0. That's such a sad score. I was expecting 5-4. I didn't care who'd win, but at least 5-4. But nope, 1-0. Such sad. Now I need to make a mnemonic. I need a beautiful visual. Beautiful, beautiful visual. Oh yeah, this is perfect example. This is perfect example. All right, derail of thought. You? Of course, the main character is you. We have fallback stories. And then we have, how do I flip this? There's no button to flip. We rotate it like this. And then we have thought experiments. And where does the first step go? Derailing, yes. Derailing means shut up. Let me make some lines now. So by shutting up, you can open the path to many more paths. So now you see, you can either go to heaven, whatever this direction is, or you can understand the path of thought experiment and remember the truth of fallback stories. Bro deletes my image. That's so mean. Where's the next chapter? Make the other person an expert. What? Expert. But there is no space. What is the point of this? It's for communication. I'm drawing this so I can remember it better, all the points. Instead of remembering actual facts, I'm remembering an image. Oh, I spawned in water. Oh no, I slept. Free association. I should have grabbed the tree and never absolutely trusted myself. I should have never absolutely trusted myself. And instead of falling on the water and imagining my life to be beautiful, I should have thought before reacting. It gives me paraphrases that I can remember the facts more clearly. That's the meaning. Chapter 12. Curiosity. This takes the curiosities have were so interested in what they have to say that you insist on learning more from them and subconsciously take the role of a teacher conveying their knowledge to you. Yes, that's true. Makes them a teacher, which requires you to kick your ego in the crab, which I have done already. Hmm. Hey bro, do you aspire to go like university? I think I'm already past the age of university. Rectangle, let's go. Wrong rectangle, let's go. Derailing. By shutting up, you open the path to fallback stories or hypothetical thought experiments, which can lead them to telling you something about themselves, which can be used to make them an expert and make them open up. Works both ways. Mm. Chapter 11. It is not 11, it's 13. Okay, now I need a much needed break. So I'll be back soon. Oh, okay, I'm back. Now, the next subject, let me check. Philosophy and logic. Okay, we're back to pragmatism. Lovely. Oh my god, so many jokes. The lion doesn't concern himself with education. Oh my god. What is my philosophy book? Brr, where is my philosophy book? Curriculum 1. No. This is a big problem. Let me find my philosophy book. Yeah, found you. Yeah, chapter 2. Yeah, last time I learned about pragmatism's basics and what it is, and what the author and the philosophers had to say about it. And today it is gonna be the same thing. And I study it. William Ernest Hawkins is today an obscure philosopher. The neglect of Hawking's philosophy is remarkable because it stands in sharp contrast to the serious, sustained attention devoted and the importance ascribed to the philosophy during the long career of his first published philosophical essay in 1898. Hawkins has been vanished because his sweeping scope of thought stands narrow against the professional philosophy of today. Modern philosophy, drawing on realism, mysticism, empiricism, Christianity, naturalism, and intuitionism. The premises, which in essence means If it does not work, it is not true. Which means if a theory has no practical consequence, lowers human capacity to meet the stress of existence, or simply too dull to explicit to the mind, it is fundamentally false because it has no practical use. However, he rejected Hawking assumes a human need for a mystical authoritative faith to prove that absolute must exist to satisfy it. Why did he reject it? In reality, it's because humanity, humanity, humanity constructs the truth. They cannot offer absolute objective reality because we are the ones constructing the truth itself. Um, Hawkins was an idealist, and idealism has long been out-fashioned in philosophy. Analysis, realists, materialists have rejected idealism. Even American propagandists, naturalists, and empirics have criticized. Good question is, what is idealism? The unrealistic belief or pursuit of perfection. The unrealistic pursuit of perfection. So the opposite of realism, where you pursue what's practical, versus idealism, where you pursue something unrealistic. Because Hawkins accepted pragmatic argument against traditional idealism, he endorsed that what he calls negative pragmatism, the view that that which does not work is not true. If a theory has no consequences or bad ones, it makes no difference to men, or else undesirable difference. If it lowers the capacity of men to meet the stress existence or diminishes the worth of them, or what existence they have, such theory somehow falls, and we have no peace until it is remedied. I will go even further to say that theory is false if it is not interesting. It's like saying water is made out of hydrogen molecules, hydrogen and oxygen. But can I touch hydrogen and oxygen to improve water for my life? No. Then the theory is useless type of argument. This who is this we anyway? Who are these we this guy is stating? He concludes that humanism depends on idealism. God is nothing if not that on which we depend. We cannot swing up a rope which is attached only to our own belt. Bro, focused on fact and destiny. Pragmatism is a new name for an old way of thinking. Hawkins delivered this message in a language that somehow now seems outdated and musty. More important, it is a message popped up by the question begging argument. It is a message rooted in the unwillingness to recognize its own historicity or accept the finite of life. Hmm. Falling in love with the critic of liberalism. Bro, who? Today, Hawkins is an distant, forgotten philosopher. Some obscure philosophers deserve to be obscure. Love your enemies as you love your friend. The task of love is not mere amiability toward the right-minded. It is also creative toward the wrong-minded. It is an effect. It's a radical change of will. Ethical absolute is the reverse of indifference. It is making a difference. Hawkins did not achieve his goal. He did not transform experimentalism or pragmatism into a philosophy of certainty or idealism. In fact, what he did is just the opposite. The penetrating criticism of liberalism makes possible a move from a philosophy of history as necessary direction or predetermined destination to a philosophy of history as contingent experiment or ongoing journey. Yeah, bro was just confusing others to confuse himself. Never let them know your next move by confusing yourself. Hawking defines individualism as simply a belief in human individual as the ultimate unit of social structure. That individual person is more real than social groups and institutions generated by and composed by individuals. Bro, I'm so tired. I have to close my eyes for a minute. Nah, why haven't I started hallucinating yet? I thought I would be dead by now. Let's look at the defects. The inability to achieve the social unity, the I versus the we conflict. Why? Liberalism fails to foster genuine community because it trains individual to put I before the we. It teaches how it teaches prioritizing private wealth over common wealth. In politics, this individualism degenerates into a single issue and special interest battleground where the unified total interest of the public is nowhere to be represented. Everyone in the modern world endorses individualism. Political liberalism, Hawkins argued, is simply the result of this liberal faith of individuals. Liberalism maintains that the greatest natural resource of any community is the latent intelligence and goodwill of its members, and it seeks those forms of society which run a certain risk of preliminary disorder in order to elect the resources. Liberalism is a sort of honor system. Those who sacrifice for society are honored more than others, which is true too. He argues that liberty equates to the essential equality of men. As we know, biology, equality does not exist. Society depends on the man, then what men depend on the society, a set of rights which spring from the his needs as a man. What is the supplements that modern liberalism needs and how and by whom, if at all, can this supplement be provided? Bro uses the word we again, like I'm in the liberalism fight. Hmm. Liberalism's second major defect, Hawkins claimed, is its attachment to the rights without duties. So the second claim is rights without duties. Natural, absolute, and inalienable. Basically, liberalism is making others many think that their rights are absolute and it cannot change. In reality, there are no unconditional rights because all rights depend on moral goodwill and reciprocal duties. That's true. If the government says fuck you to you, you can't just say I have rights because the government said fuck you. By decoupling rights from responsibilities, liberalism has produced a modernist disposition to take without giving and to receive without any sense of debt, paving a way for the general regime of dependence. It creates dependence because you can take without giving and receive without needing. All right. I just saw something life changing. Dear pessimist, dear optimist, pessimist, and realist. While you guys were arguing about the glass of water, I drank it. Sincerely, the opportunist. Life changing. self-indulgent individuals now incapable of putting his faith into practice in their own lives. Our liberal faith has then produced individuals who do not justify that faith and who are incapable of taking up that faith. Liberalism, Hawking concluded, has produced individuals, liberals, hypocrites, politically correct but liberal at the scratch, for whom liberalism itself no longer has emotional appeal. Liberalism's success, Hawking concluded, has now the chief source of suffering and discontent regarding the passion liberal age is not that it has evolved on its own special brands of poverty, injustice, political ineptitudes. It is the experience of a prevalent flabby mediocrity of the mind and character which begins in our virile moments to inspire the sort of moral loathing. To say that each man is good as to the next means only that the next is as poor a sort of the first. Until liberalism learns how to include in its hopeful program the provisions for correction and honorable sobriety of living, it will know no guide for the steps taken. Basically, this guy is arguing liberalism is fucking cap because it allows individualism of people instead of the society. It gives the rights to the men even if it makes them depend on it because they can take it away and say fuck you. And finally, it treats every man as equal and as good. It assumes all men are good to the other, creating a cult of mediocrity by those who are evil and won't provide any. If liberalism thinks every man is good, therefore, it assumes it does not need to correct anything because all men are good. They can do all good, so it has no correction. It creates the honorable system of living. As such, it creates a mediocrity of character and minds that do what they want to do. What the hell? Low key, this is me right now. Low key, this is me. This is me reading about liberalism. The obscure philosophers. Some need to be obscure, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go. Let's go. We have some facts. Liberalism before who is this guy? I forgot his name. What is this guy's name? Hawking, yes. The world before Hawking's opinion, the world after Hawking's opinion. This state would perform a common function, meaning it would actively unite citizens in coordinated shared history making actions rather than just passively reflecting individual desires. To maintain social unity, this state would explicitly restrict liberty for the sake of liberty. For example, Hawking suggested that freedom to express thought is for thinkers, proposing censorship to hornblowers, national clowns, and ambitious priests from polluting the general will. What? Suhur fiercely critiques this absolute solution as a philosophical magic trick. Hawking's co-agent states it's merely a political realization of his metaphysical absolute in history. It sidesteps all practical realities of power, fails to explain who gets to censor whom, and assumes universal conscience that does not exist in a deeply pluralistic world. It is basic his idea is basically saying, guys, I have a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Trust me, the government will be working profoundly perfectly. Just trust me. Oh yo, I have two viewers. I'm shocked. I'm the only person watching. Yo, ever afternoon. Hi, did you quit gaming? Yeah, bro, me too. I also quit gaming. Gaming is boring. Science philosophy is gaming. My life, if I knew philosophy. Uh, the lesson radic- radical democratic meliorism is the lesson. Illiberalism is in no form any remedy or defects. However, the defects Hawking diagnosed are real, urgent, and cannot be ignored, which is true. Hawking's problems are true. However, his solution is a utopia that cannot exist in an unequal world. If liberalism mm, is to renew itself in the modern era, it cannot rely on com- comforting metaphysical guarantees, absolute certainties of such as everyone being good, or a state mandate absolute such as state giving rights. Instead, it requires a strenuous militaristic faith. We must actively confront the failure of liberalism through a revitalized, radically democratic commitment, one that recognizes that we have no supernatural safety nets and that creating a just, unified, and responsible society requires continuous local inquiry, experimental action, and hard daily cooperation. What does this mean? The lesson is Hawkins gave three problems which are absolutely right, but Hawkins then gave co-state which is absolutely wrong, is idealistic. As such, the core lesson is liberalism has a problem. Liberalism has a problem, and if we think pragmatically, we cannot apply illiberalism to fix liberalism. So we must actively confront the failures through democratic, which means cooperative commitments. We have no supernatural abilities to change the world. We cannot immediately create a just, unified, and responsible society. As such, everyone, every local group, village, tribe, city, town, country, empire needs inquiry, which means questioning, experimental action, which means innovation, hard work of individuals, and daily cooperation, not isolation. As such, we can finally create a profound society. This is my opinion before the world, this is my opinion after the world. This is me before studying philosophy, choosing pragmatism as my major, and this is my reality. Rectangle, 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 rectangle. Mm. Am I a perfectionist for fixing this? Maybe, maybe not. Definitely not an idealist that thinks the world needs to be fixed. We can add one more meme right here. There's thinking about thinking versus thinking. What the hell are these philosophy? Source, bro, divine intuition. Trust me, it's divine intuition. Do we have any other space? We don't. We'll add it in this corner. What if God provided the second kidney as a starting budget? Right, chat. Make sure to donate your kidney to me because it's a starting budget. Radical democratic meliorism. Interesting word. All right, enough thinking about thinking. I need to have. I need to go get lunch now. So I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, long lunch, but I was watching something interesting. It was very funny. So now I'm back in a life-changing way. And my intentions are same. Study, study, study. Why not study? Who shouldn't study? We all should study. Linguistics and writing. A mind-blowing subject this is gonna be. Linguistics and writing. I was writing about this yesterday. Oh, I remember this. These are my core lessons from the first chapter on what is language. Such as rules for combining sounds into words is phonology, rules for word formation is more morphology, and rules for words, phrases into sentence is syntax. Rules for assigning meaning is semantics, and mental dictionary is a lexicon. There is no correct grammar. There is shared knowledge what your people around you can speak. And then there is the prescriptive prescription grammar, which other people think is the right type of grammar. As such, I know the book. Time to read chapter 2. Introduction to Language. Yeah, this is the book. Linguistic theory is also about how knowledge is gathered. The morphology, the words of language. Now we're going in depth into morphology. Gonna be interesting. A 6-year-old can know 13,000 words. A graduate can know 60,000 words. I mean, high schooler. I've read this part before for some reason. Sound and word pairings are arbitrary. When you know a word, you know its sound, pronunciation. I need some background music. Plus, the stream has 0 viewers. Right now, I have 1 viewer. I mean, if you still need your Roblox account. Yeah, I still may hop on time to time. Orthography. Oh my god. Question marks. Orthography. You may not consciously think, but you categorize words by their mental lexicons. Conscious. How do you spell conscious? I forgot how to spell conscious. I said that because mine got banned permanently. That's sad, bro. Why did yours get banned? Life can be very unfair. Why is this bold? Okay, content words. Alright. What are concepts such as actions, attributes, examples being children build beautiful. Pronoun chess. Pronounces. What are these can be? N of a n. Or function words. It is difficult to think of any conjunction preposition pronouns that have recently been entered the language. They've existed for a long time then. The two classes of words seem to be functioning differently in slip of tongue. Morphemes, the minimal units of meaning. The minimal units of meaning. What does this mean now? The minimal units of meaning. Morphemes. Desirable, undesirable is an example. Impossible, he reflecting. The word is the linguistic term for the most elemental unit of grammatical form is morpheme. The word is derived from the Greek word meaning forming. So now we know what is morpheem, bro. Alive. The linguistic term for the most elemental unit of grammatical form is morpheme. Elemental unit. Morphology, the study of internal structure of words and the rules by which words are formed. Oh. Now I can take pictures too, actually. I forgot. Pictures of examples. What? What is wrong? Hmm. Here. So one morpheme boy, desire, meditate. Two morphemes boy plus ish. Three morphemes boy ishness. Four morphemes gentlemanliness. More than four. Ungentlemanliness. So basically adding more element units to words makes it morpheme. Okay, I understand. A morpheme, the minimal linguistic unit, is thus an arbitrary union of a sound and a meaning, grammatical function that cannot be further analyzed. Every word in every language is composed of one or more morphemes. Okay. Hmm. These affixes are bound morphemes and they may attach to beginnings and end of words. Okay, that's what morphemes are. That's how morphemes work. I understand. Prefixes and suffixes. Hmm. So forth, I have learned what a morphine is, but it does not help me in my life. That is a big problem. As I was saying, I believe I should end studying for today. I've studied enough. Too much. 7 hours of studying is good enough because I have 7 subjects. Linguistics was the very last. As such, this should be good enough. And Tuesday has physics, chemistry, computer science, psychology, communication, biology, and mathematics. Math and biology at the end. Physics and chemistry. It's basically like Saturday's routine, but just a bit different. It's a copy paste of Saturday's routine. So Tuesday is another science day. Hmm. Physics as a start will be interesting. For now, my zero viewers, I shall